is that time of day to return to Ruins of Tearyn development. I had to do some fatherly duties today, driving kids around, doing dishes. The expected things. And now we're back at the warrior. So yesterday I left off doing some of the shout style things. So warrior can apply an armor debuff and a power debuff if it's critical. Alright, so the crit of R1 and 2 is done, but then we need the basic version of R1. And then I forget what 3 is. Is this the snare? Yeah, it's a snare. And so the R3 is just a swipe. This is the opposite. I think the swipe is good. And so the R1 and the non-crit R1. So once again, I'm going to have to pull out at this point. I need to look up the Paragon animations again. And figure out which ones. Let me swap this to a different non-ad account. What is a reasonable character to get in? I'm looking for like sort of bash or yelps. Like this could be. No, I don't want to use too much from him because he could be a monk user. I could make monks either like fist oriented and staff oriented, which would be kind of cool. Wraith is a shooter, so there's not a ton. I have to pull from here. Sometimes you can get away with the actual animations doing something. Twin Blast. What's something else? The Fae is definitely not really usable. I've done Terra already. Steel could have something. I could maybe use like a left-hand swipe as a shield bash type thing. That could actually be a better shield block too. Alright, let's start with steel. I have already set up, not set up, but in a separate project. So I'm just copying the files over. Steel. We're going to go to animation and retarget. We're going to start with the animation assets here. Core Cinti. And put these in Paragon. We can delete this one. IK rig, steel. Do the offset. And there's always the ring left. For some reason, the ring right never comes through properly. All those look good. And now we take all of these animations and retarget. I was supposed to rename this. Let's go Paragon. Where's the new one? Okay, retargeter. Steel to Cinti. That should be all fine. Exclude the montages. These things. AOs I don't need. And I can't remember if they actually have certain files on them. I'll keep that. that. Don't need these, I don't think. Whatever, we'll keep them. Animations, mesh, skeleton, paragon. And we're going to add, oh, these all have steel on them. Just gotta make sure they all have steel. So we'll add the prefix of steel, and we will take anything that already has steel and replace it with that thing. All right, now traditionally, a bunch of these things end up having issues. I think it's the MSA. Oh, there's no MSA for him. Yeah, these guys are all jacked. Those are just like random bones missing that are very specific to him. So it causes a bunch of shit to fail. And we just delete those. All right. So we have that. So first things first, let's go look at some of the steel. That's funny. I don't know why that's humorous to me, but that's humorous. Oh, it's like a moving charge. Okay. Block. Okay, I'm gonna have to find it. Steel. Okay, there's a bash. That's cool. Right away. Shield deploy. Shield idle. There we go. So this one here, we're going to create a montage. This is going to be protect. Or no, fortify. And we can just set this to looping to like 99. And then we need the block, I think. Block, idle. Copy. So this one I had previously is a pose from MMO. So it doesn't have any why is that not coming out? This is shield. Idle. We're gonna try that. Then we're gonna go to my abilities. Loot. Not loot. Players, classes. Warrior. Fortify crit. And this is, we'll just type fortify. And let's see if that looks, how that looks. Should have done the not crit one. We will faster to test, but. Yeah. I think that looks good. I like that there's a little movement with it, so I think. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that. I could technically like do one of these as the default or like the non-crit. I guess he does have movement. I didn't think he had movement. I think I'm just gonna swap them. Let's do. So block. So now we have two different weird blocks. And I think in that I could just try to think of extending a bit of code for the warrior to change the shield rotation a little bit. so I did the wrong ones. So this one, you know what? Let's just go back to what it was and call it a day. That's fine. All right. Now, bash is an easy one. That's definitely some sort of thing. Animation montage. And this is probably going to be for what was it? I think I did. Let me look at the shield block and stuff. So we have, that is one shield bash. And then this one's like a shield punch, which is the knockback. Which I still have to fix some timing on. And then 3 is the stun, which doesn't need an ability. Okay, so that one's pretty good. Shield block, rage. I could do break armor. Actually, stagger. It's a stagger. That's a good stagger one. Let's do stagger. Let's see how that feels. Okay, gotta fix the timing, but usable. So .25, .25. Another .25. Oh, .5. This is like .5. Slow this down. This is like more .3. Cool. It works. Gotta do some like spell effects or something, but it works. What else we got? Let's see what we can do with this. Animation montage. Got start and end. Let's try this guy as maybe stagger powerful. Like the theme of the staggers being like very body movement oriented hits. So R1, boom, and then R3. Yeah, I mean it works. I think this is going a little long still, so maybe if we speed it up a little. Oh, actually, this is the timing we have to do. So smash end. Separate the action. It's like dot 3 maybe. Dot 2. And then make this fast, slightly faster, like 1.5. Okay. Shield throw. I could make some sort of shield projectile. It's a possibility. Oh, I do need to add that, so this will help add a little bit of flair here. If I can actually get it in there. All right, let's set this to one loop real quick. and then shield deploy it there. And then this becomes like 32. Ah, I screwed up some stuff. Alright. So we'll just do 4 loops so nothing gets messed up. Then we can do shield deploy right at the start. Supposedly. There we go. Move all these forward now to there. I'll just do like with this snap. I'll maybe add a voice line. Crit, I need a crit. Just needs to happen sooner. If I can stop screwing up, that'd be great. Why is it doing this? Go over here. Like, I think I just need to right click the time apparently. Dot 1. Loop count. I mean, we're already at 20 seconds. That's plenty. Let's look at stagger again. Oh, we got something screwed up there. And then the other one is the forgot to do, so this is dot 3, so this starts at dot 3. this is maybe a little slower, .7. That's an ability. Ooh, kick. I could do that as stagger 1. Let's see how that looks. So it'd be stagger weak. Then we have stagger strong. So it'll be bash. Yeah. Sometimes a good kick can feel really good. We have stagger. Boom. And stagger 2. And then stagger 3. Yeah, it's at least different animations per stagger, so I'm down with that. So it gives them a little bit different feel. Okay. And we're just gonna do the credit versions is gonna be like a slightly longer cast on those. So stagger is done. For the most part, I'll get back to them in a second. Okay. This could read as like a buff maneuver. let's go here, make a montage. Let's try, we'll say, block power. What does I name that? Whatever. Shield block. See if it looks weird or not. I don't know, it kind of seemed like it was good defensibility. I don't know. Yeah, I kind of like that as a power up. To be honest. Yeah, I like that. I'm down with that. And then we do need block recovery. Okay, so it kind of has it already in this one. There's another punch. Could do with the shield. It's sort of a lame cast, but it does work. I could use that as one of the buffs. This one is called shield defense. Can start it at like 1. And at 4.5. Yeah, timing on that one's kind of pretty nice. So let's go shield defense base. Let's also get shield magic defense up, so we have it. We technically, I think, have all animation for all 3 now. So that's the block up. Then we have magic up. And then we have defense up. Yeah. Alright, so from an animation perspective, I think we have the animations in. So I think we just need to do like the crit versions. Maybe the only thing we have left is break armor and weaken. So we just went through all 3 blocks. They have something. Q1. Then we have Q2. And then Q3 is double attack and weak attack. Okay. Let's get now crit Q3 is weak attack. And crit Q1. I'll have to play with the timing, I guess. And then same thing on crit Q2. Alright, crit Q2 is good. But Q1, let me start writing these down. So shift has like animation work required. Crit for shift. Q1 timing. Crit timing. E. believe all these have them. Okay, that doesn't. So we still need a AoE knockback in him. What else? Okay, that one's good. What was the first one? That's just the rage. Okay, that one's good. So AoE knockback needs one, and then break armor. And weakening force. That would probably offset the character off the... I don't think that would work. Alright, just deal with what's in front of us. And so let's start with shield block. Alright, let's get that timing going. Melee attack B. Gonna slow this down for quite a bit. this is a buff, so it's not like. And then we actually need to hold it to like .5. So .5 we're gonna. And then we need like a, sound effect here and stuff. We're going to take the animation here and play with the sound. I could probably find something better than this. It work for the other one, but. Yeah, that's fine. And a particle. That's pretty good. And let's take off the... Why does shield block have two things? We shouldn't need this. Alright, I think that's kind of good enough, to be honest. Now, I could make the action slightly less dramatic, so because it's a little more of a buff. That works there. definitely tired today. Just feeling it a little bit. All right, let's make wonder if I can do just this. Let's duplicate this. Shield, ripple. It's kind of nice. I'm not sure if I'm sold on the sound though. And then it still has something here for some reason. Let's keep looking for a sound, I think. Not quite sold on that just yet. Oh, I gotta BRB. back for a little bit here. Does sound like a higher frequency. Maybe I just record my own noise. I do use that. So the shield protection thing. That's pretty good. Yeah, that one's done. I'm gonna make that one a cast for 3 seconds. With a like .5 input lock or something. Oh, I forgot the move this here. Yeah, I'm pretty set with that. And then this first one is also done, I think. And then the second one is also done. So let's do shield block crit now. I do think I need to change the timing up a little bit. For now, we'll just do like .15. And then input lock, like 2.5. So 1. And then 2. Oh, it's the crit I'm looking for. Forgot to update this. The testing grounds is your second home. It is. It's important to have a nice and smooth, non-laggy test environment. It's like you don't need to work out of some sort of like super laggy performant world. I thought about as a product of making like testing worlds with like low poly art. They could just kind of like jam in. Okay. So I have this one, which is shield block up. And then the crit version. Why is it doing that thing still? Did I still... Ah. Get rid of that. And then I didn't update this to crit. It depends if it's slowing you down at all. If it's not slowing you down at all, who cares? My world, because it's a bunch of marketplace assets, there's some clear like things that are not optimized very well. Oh, I got AFK a sec. All right. All right. I was gonna make this actually have a cast time because it's a buff. Get like 2 seconds on this one. Or like we'll do like 1 second here. 2 seconds there. I think that makes sense. To lower the input lock to like .5. second one here. So that is your block and block crit. You have your magic one. And so that one, I'm going to just call the block crits, the shield block's done. Magic, I'm going to make this one a 1-second cast as well. This is supposed to be magic defense. Oh wait, this one wants this one. But we're going to change the color. I should be putting this one here, I think. Anytime you can put animation or like spell effects and sound effects and on stuff on the animation, the better. This just like .4. Dang it. Okay, getting there. I had to get I used the steel animations for the warrior. There's a bunch there that were useful. So we're on R2. So here's the basic one. I think I just like it on the character themselves. Not the shield. And then the crit version's a different color and slower. It's supposed to be. Update the animation here, yeah. Block is still too long here. Not 5. And then finally the third one. I still need the crit one version of that. Yeah. Alright, magic defense. I'm calling it done. Shield defense is next. Lock will be .25. Duplicate. Crit. Oh. They're cooking tea. Oh, baby. This one's going to take a bit. So let me take this one, just put the full thing. So it keeps my spacing. Okay, so we first start, we're at 1 second already. So 1 second. We have to stop at 1.75. And then this one starts at 175 and probably ends at like .85, 1.85. .95. Alright, holy shit. So the original timing of the animation's pretty good, but then I need to make the crit version, and so I need to make it feel a little bit slower and weighted, which means, but you don't want the slow parts to affect the snappiness, which means I need to make the wind up slow, but the hits fast. And then these guys. They're here. These guys are here. Alright, and that is roughly a 3.5 cast. The other thing about working on your example level is just like, it's not just a graphical loading thing. You're also like, you don't have to, every time you hit play, you're not like loading all your AI and, you know, any type of systems in the level, you know, platforms, moving things, all that jazz. Alright, so here's the original. And then the crit here. Did I not update the? I didn't update the emote, I don't think. I need a guzzle a gallon of coffee. It's one of those days. Alright, I'm sold. And I just gotta fix this little thing here. We don't need that, or oop, that, and this can go to 0. Alright, so this is my shift ability. I'll say final review for this phase. So our R1, this again, this is shield block, so it's a block chance buff. And then, you know, compare that to the crit, which just right now has a different effect and maybe slightly altered sound, I think. And now the shift 2 is, I think it's the magic buff, armor buff. crit version coming up. Should mostly be a just longer cast in different color. And now R3. This is the damage reduction buff. And then the crit version is slower, slightly altered sound, and VFX. There we go. Alright, shift. Another button done. That's good. See, oh, here me. Alright, I'm back. Alright, so the last thing. So yeah, Q, shift is done. Yay me. This is good. Q1 timing. I think. I think. Yeah, Q3 is done. Q2 is the dot. I do believe I have a different animation for it, right? So there's a right swing and slower. I'll just see if the bleed is removing crit. Yeah, it is. What else we got? Alright, so Q1 is threatening strike, base, no crit. The first one is a 1.7 lock. Slow this down. To 2 and 1 on those. And then I think Q is done for now. That's the standard one. And we get the crit, should be just slightly slower. Reset the timing. So 1.3. And we'll set the audio to a little bit less. this needs to be default. I guess there's two of these. That way. It splits the movement of it. And the skeleton. There we go. Alright, Q's done. So 1 is done, because there's no change to it, just a pull. Shift is done, Q is done. I think 2 is done. So R1 is just the enrage, which I've done a little bit of smoothing and VFX on. 2 is, oh, the AoE knockback I don't have, but the threat generator is done. So E, I think just needs effects. Yeah, E needs some animation work on that one, and then seems the next one's the same thing reversed. And then finally, the third one is actually done, I think. We just need timing and crit versions. Okay. So we have our animations chosen for that. So right now we only need an animation on these 3. And yeah, so 4. We have that. And R3 is, oh, it's the ally buff, that's what it is. And then 2 is Fortify. And we got crits. So the first one, different color effects. And this is the that one. And then on the 2 is that one. And yeah, so 4 is done. 3 I have the AoEs done. Except the snare. AoE snare. Then R, same thing. I have the animations, but gotta do the timing. Alright, so I can just pick one to work on. I'm just gonna keep moving over. So one's done, shift's done, two. So we need power buff is done. The AoE threat generator. I believe is also done. We just need some timing differences, I think. Okay. Duplicate. So we threat. Ending. Shout. Crit. Remember if that's the proper size. Oh, I didn't even crit. I didn't even set this. It's 2. It's 110. I'll actually make this a cast. Then input lock of .25. I might make a lot of abilities have like a cast bar, so it changes what you say. The cast bar I have in mind might actually really help sell the system too. What the helly? Crit. Did I change the wrong one again? I did. Go me. Alright, what is this one set to? This is .6. is supposed to be .6. And this one is .3. Yeah, I think that VFX is correct there. I think that looked right. It's a way too big of an area, I think, though. But maybe not. It is a crit. Alright. Yeah, I'm sold. Yeah. Alright, that one's done. So, what else is on there that has to be fixed? That's 2. AoE knock. So now it's the knockback. We need something for. Um, okay. Let's see what else steel has. Yeah, that's fine. make a frontal knockback, frontal cone knockback, and use that. Let's do it. It kind of fits. And then that way, instead of having a knockback, that like it allows you to separate certain monsters away. So there's some utility there. Dispersing, shout. And then, yeah, open that up. Standard 3, wind up, .25. Action, to throw, like .66. Not even 5.6. Not even 4.6. Wind up, throw. That's about right. Then .46. And we ease out. We slow down the wind up. That's gotta remember this is the single target, so like .5. This one can also like the slow out a little bit. Speed the action up slightly. Okay, and then we can do the crit version. And just slow this down even more. .25, .2. And the action hits on this one at like 1.4. So the crit version will be 1.4. Cast time. Always need like a slight action lock after. Whereas the other one hits at .67. Haha, 6.7. And this is going to be like .67. I want my skills to affect the squares on the ground. The square. Oh yeah. Dispersing. Shout. Wait, what do I have? I need to make sure I didn't screw something up. Kit. It's crit 2. Dispersing shout. Normal 2. Dispersing shout. Okay. Because if you did a firewall, you could use multiple collisions. A firewall? What do you mean? Are you talking about your game or the warrior ability? Alright, I need to also change. So this dispersing crit, the first one, is going to just be a direct target. Oh wait, I already have a knockback for direct target. Alright, we'll just make a cone then, and we'll do a stronger one. Cone effect. We'll start with that. And then down here, cones I always have to pull out the data table to tweak it. I was thinking about the spheres. I might go with line trace each cell skill effects. Are you talking about like the grid on the ground? Because the little lines you're seeing, that's just the trace from Unreal. Hello, thank you for the follow. Ixth step. That's hard to say. Ixth step. I-X and T-H together. Ixth step. How are you today? Okay, so AoE knockback. Cone knockback is what this has become. And so there's going to be some adjustments here. Length of, we'll say 600. Delay, no delay. Height, we can go down like 75. Location offset, 100. And so now the ninth is easier to pronounce. Okay, Roman numerals, I get you. What part of the world are you in? Austria, cool. That's one thing, even though, like, so I've done a lot of playtests over the last year or so, and even though I have like a pretty small amount of people that have come and played so far, I have like logins from like 20 different countries already, or something like that. No, there's probably like maybe a little bit less from like you know, VPNs and stuff, but kind of neat. Are you a MMO fan? What type of MMOs do you play? So obviously, this is Ruins of Tearyn, building an indie MMO. I have like tons of content on what we are. We've been around since the end of 2024. We're on the Unreal Engine live stream in 2025, a few months after we started the project. We are Epic Mega Grant winners for a past tech product we built, which is called Vertical Third. And that let us create basically all of our systems and stuff in a game architecture project that we sell on fab.com. And we got $100,000 in awards for that product. And we were building at the time to one day build an MMO. And so here we are, building the MMO with the tech that we spent 3+ years making. Never liked MMOs. I play only Souls likes mostly. Get the funds for it? I do not. We're uh, uh, yeah, Jester got to hang out and we played together for quite some time. Um, we are pushing for a publisher deal, and so like we're going through the whole like submitting publishers. We have pitch deck. I've built out a Kickstarter page. I haven't launched it yet. Um, like, we're exploring all options. This is just one of our games, right? Like, so this is our long-term project, and so it's like more likely a $2 to $3 million project, 5-person team for like 5 years, right? So it's kind of expensive, and in today's market, it's really hard to get that shit done. But then we have like a separate the other projects we don't announce yet because it's kind of more in the space of build secretly, and then a publisher gets to announce it, and that's a $700,000 project, and then like a $200,000 project. And there's just yeah, no, I mean, to clarify, if we got the $2 to $3 million, we would still probably work on our own for like just me and my wife for like 1 to 2 years, and we might like contract people here and there, but we're still basically wanting to yeah, no, we're building. We know what we're building. We're building a very niche indie MMO. Like I said, the caveat is that we have 3 years of our engineering and designer tools built already through Vertical Third. So like even like if you watch what I'm doing right now, right? If you're not familiar, so on the left hand is my editor, play example window. On the right is a data table of my ability. A lot of times in game development, designers are the ones working out of these kind of spreadsheets, and they don't get these toolings until like very far into the project, because engineers usually have to build a lot of things before. Um, oh, I mean, we're in California in North America, right? So um, it's like you like try and put the math, like say like in California, 80K is like livable wage pretty much, right? In California, $80,000 a year. You take one of those, one person making 80K a year for 5 years, right? That's 80, 160, 240, like what, 320? That's like $400,000 for one person for 5 years, roughly. Um, oh, I got an AFK sec. Alright, I'm back. My bad. My special needs kiddo was having a bit of a moment. She needed some calming down. Yeah, so finishing off where that last thought. Just for one person in California working for 5 years at $80K a year. Just to make sure I'm pretty sure I'm doing this right, but 80 times 5, right? 80 times 5. Yeah, $400,000. And so times that by 5, you know, obviously, you're looking at a lot of money. That's just on salaries. It's not even like your contractor budget and things. And so obviously, like, you would contract out music and potentially VFX and animations and things. So there's a lot of aspect there. But even like when it comes to like vertical third and game architecture stuff, like, we're saving a lot of money. This is like a comment back on the only needing 5 people. I'm working on a frontal AoE cone, and because I have I pushed the wrong button. My tools already, I can modify the entire ability and create the entire ability through a data table spreadsheet. And so you might have seen me earlier just spamming this kind of ability and working to make sure the hit radius and stuff is on point. And these type of systems a lot of times don't get built till like 2 or 3 years into the game, because people have to build the sim system first and then layer on top the designer tools to have designers come in and do them. And so there's a lot kind of there on how everything we kind of have going for us. Yeah, so I'm just going to do that. And let's turn off debugging. I think it's kind of like at a good state. Oop. Yeah. And like just the fact that I can like copy that whole cone setup, go down to my crit version, and then paste that entire ability's previous settings. Go up to knockback, so now it's a 1500 knockback instead of 800 knockback, and the ability's done. So now it's all about the animation. Our progress in a month is really good. Yeah, thank you. I like to think so too. Alright, so this one, it throws at 1.33. So dispersing shout. The cast time is around 1.3. Crit. Whereas the first one is, maybe I set this up already, .62. Yeah. Oh yeah, 6.7. Okay. And I'm just one person. It's mostly just me working on this right now. My wife has been working on other stuff. So here's the first one. And like I've been grinding this for the last like 3 months now, just because the fallout of Ashes of Creation has had this like first the fallout of like New World, then Ashes of Creation, And then like there's the small ones that are a little bit lesser known, like core punk and other things. There's a lot of MMO talk going around, and it's kind of like a little bit exploded the indie MMO scene. It's got like a nudge out there, and people are more interested to try indie MMO stuff. And you kind of see that. Let me turn off debug. Turn this off. That's the other thing. I'm making decent progress, and I'm not. Well, maybe this month I'm doing full-time hours at this point, but a lot of times, like last month, I spent at least a week on a different project, and it was kind of sporadic, a bit more sporadic in work schedule. All right, I need an input lock on these. It's longer. Yeah, the hardcore WoW community was another challenging game. Yeah. Okay, different AoE set up for that one. I think this is the wrong AoE anyways, but I might need to change the scale, right? Like 7 or something. Do 666. See what happens. Everyone knows, and like all the MMO content creators are like top MMOs of this year, and they're all kind of like sad panda saying it. It's like it's the same ones as last year, and the year before that, and the year before that. So it's like. All right, now you turn debug back on. To check the VFX sides of it. I meant to do that before. Yeah. For duration. It was sad when they were all dying because of disconnect. The hardcore WoW, yeah. It's. I watched a lot of the drama with that. I watched especially a lot of the. I swear, classic hardcore WoW was like one of the best MMO design studies ever. For just how much it made people group up, how much it like changed how you play, the social aspect of it, the content aspect of it, the clips, like the hardcore death clips channels that started up, and then like the theory crafting on what they could have done differently. Like they had the death clip channels or clips that were like maybe 10 minutes each, sometimes longer maybe. And then you had like so many of the creators in the space all reacting to the same clip. It's just like the content machine was insane. I'm looking at my... Okay, so I'm working on my... So I have my stream up. So I just basically froze the screenshot here, or paused my video to look at some of the VFX stuff. So I get a better... Oh, I didn't mean to close my window. Damn it. Okay. So first up, the scale can go down to like 3. Let's focus on that. I think that's good height. Could probably do 2.5. Yeah, that's a little better. And then I can still nudge the start angle back a tiny bit more. What's 90 divided by 2 again? 90 is 45, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that looked good from that angle. So now it's probably okay at this point. Just need to check the range back here. So the length could be like, I think X like 6.5 to 5. That's 7.5. That's probably good enough. Sold. Appearance. So now the shout. Let me the same, and then update this, save all. And we got ourselves a finished ability. And I think this entire thing is done now. Let's update the first one. I think which is in Rage right now. Kind of have a bit of a jank tooltip system right now, but frontal cone knockback. It kind of makes me wonder. I probably should just get rid of the AoE knockback here. Yeah. No, I'm not. I need to not be finicky here. If I probably will do that in the future, where you'll have like a single target knockback, and then you'll have the frontal cone knockback. But then I would have to make a new ability completely, and I don't really want to do that. To replace the other one. Alright, AoE knockback, done. Yeah, I did hardcore for when it was the mod on like a random server, and my wife and I did a druid priest combo, and we were just grinding monsters for the fun of it in a spider cave, and just we were like farming for a while, and just like did a bad pull, wiped, and we died. Then we goofed around some other characters and died, but ultimately we've just been the whole classic WoW. Like I was kind of really excited for classic WoW to come out, but life was just always too busy for me to dive into it. It's like I still play League, but like when you add up the hours of like how long it takes for you to get a max level character in classic WoW, it's it's almost like an entire like 13 days of like a lot of people get to like a 1 to level 60, even if you're doing non-hardcore. Is like what, 10 days played, 12 days played or something. And I went and did the math. It's like 12 times 4. Wait. 12 days times 24 is 288 hours. Let's turn that into minutes. Times 60 minutes. And we'll divide that by like a league average game, 30. It's like 500. I don't know if I'm doing that right, but that can't be right. 500 LoL games? Is that right? 24 hours? No. Yeah, 12 days times 24 hours times 60. So we're at minutes divided by 30 minutes. Yeah, like one max level character in WoW at a relatively decent pace. It's like 576 LoL games. I'm like, Jesus, that's like an entire year's worth of my time playing LoL. Okay, so I believe 2 is done. Um, we have the Enrage. I've already tested the 2. But I mean, that goes back to like that's the reason why I haven't played MMOs in forever. I played New World, but outside of that, I've not um, I've not found like replaying classic WoW is not enough motivation for me to go back to it. And I think my crit AoE threat is now bigger. Alright, so left side of the bar is done. And 4 is completely done as well. E is pretty quick to get done. And yeah, I'm going to focus on E and R because I think I can finish those pretty quickly. Alright, I'm spacing out. What am I? I'm doing shield bash, I think. Alright, speed that one up. Why is that not sped up? Okay, it needs to be longer. Right about. This one is supposed to be crit. I think, right? Oh no, this one is shield swipe. So shield, okay, maybe I do need to swap these. Shield swipe makes more sense as this one. Alright, so shield bash is that one. Shield swipe is the backhand. So this one we'll call shield bash. This one shield swipe. And on the shield bash, should hit at about .6. Do like a .6 cast time. No delay here. Let me get the warrior auto attack hit effect. I didn't even finish setting these up. So shield bash crit, swipe crit. All right, I think I just need like a hit sound effect or something, and I think those two are done. I'm going to be starting to not do too many polished things. No worries, got enough. Just trying to get a basic animation feel in, and I can just move on to the next class. Alright, so crit on 1E. Don't forget to do the timing update or crit E. Zero. Crit swipe. 0. There we go. And now just like some sort of sound effect. I think I'm going to pull from this one. So copy this. Shield bash. Like right here. And then on the crit one, we'll change it to like dot 5. And shield swipe. We can paste. Maybe go higher, 1.2. And 1.6. right. Good enough. Oh, and then the last one. Is done. I think this one I'm just gonna leave. Okay, so that is Heavy Slam. I think that one is. How's this not? Okay. Oh, so I'm a little quiet. It's just been a few nights with low sleep. That's not the one I wanted, right? No. It's E. And then E crit. Should be slower. Yeah. Sweet. Alright, E's done. On to R. How are you doing? Alright. Let's go to stagger week. Alright, wind up. Or I guess the correct animation term is anticipation. Then the action. And then the follow through. Okay. That is the basic one. Then we go. This is the crit. And we'll go this even slower, like .25. Okay, that's too much. .4, .3, 3.5. Weak crit. The action should be hitting at 117. So 117 cast time. Again, like a .5 input lock. Make sure there's no cast time here. And then the other one is about a .86 cast time. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to make the like the two in the combo rotation. R1 is efficient, R3 is time efficient, so like powerful and bursty. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do for R2 as a player motivation standpoint. Alright, so if this is E, that's the wrong button. R. Let's try again. Yeah, make sure you talk to the kids and find out when they want to pick up. Okay? Because they're at the fair. Okay, that could use some more oomph still. Weak. Even more. Am I using the right animation? On weak. Okay. That seems fine. Okay. That was not separate. In the kit, in crit are 1. Huh? Maybe I just pushed the wrong button. Did I push the wrong button? Expecting one thing and doing another? Alright, so we have our kick. Yeah. That's good. Now we do this is melee. Targeting location is going to be there. Socket core. And then we can still have a bit more, a little more kick here as well. Alright, good enough. Moving on. On stagger 2. Let's keep moving, keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. Oh, good. Look, I did the animations here. Okay. Stagger strong. Happens around 1 second. I have to say, I am very done with the warrior. It's one of those things, you work on something for a while and you're like, I don't want to work on this. I want to move on. Alright, now we're on to 2 here. And then 2 crit. Okay. And now stagger powerful. Okay, I think that's everything. Except, does this one have? It does not. Hmm. 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 Forgot to turn off this. All right. You can definitely slow down the first one here. I need to. Whatever. Yeah, I need to slow down the first one. It felt really good the second time, so this one's going to be like dot 5 and 3. So dot 8-ish. 1. Alright, so R1, kick, boom. R2, coming up. Big slam. And then R3. Big smash. Then we get into the crits. And it's a bigger kick. Or slower kick, I should say. Slower slam. And then finally a slower smash. Alright, let's get, as much as I want to just fucking move on already. I need another sound effect. I guess technically if I go to stagger, I kind of have a stagger sound at the moment. Okay, I think we're just going to use this. Doesn't really fit for a big slam. I was like super itchy all of a sudden. finally stagger a week. I'm going too high here. Okay. Last test for stagger. I can go to stagger. This is the non-crit. Just make this a little lower pitch. Okay. And 4 is done. Holy shit, almost done. I can do this. I desperately want to take a break and get some caffeine. So I have to finish these here. So what do I have currently? So I think for the crits I have done on these ones, which is kind of funny. Did the crits before the base, but so this is the crit on break armor. Which is an area effect. And then the crit on, was it reduced enemy power? taunt. And then the crit on the last one is the AoE snare, which I don't think I have. I used that for this, I think, yeah. And then for 2, what do I have? That for 2. That for 3. Alright. We can do this. Break armor. So let's look at attacks on him. Because I don't think I've used them. I could definitely use like a punch or something. I think his B punch. I'm using that for a shield right now. Okay, that's the one. I'll need these. Alright, just splitting up the animation. So we have anticipation. To dot 2. Then the action. To about dot 5.4. Anticipation, action. Not even that long. 3.4. Just dot 3. 3.5. Now we slow down this pretty dramatically. Because this one will be about dot 2. This is going to be break armor. It hits around 1.5. Okay, break armor solo. I did not set it or something. Wait, what? Oh, weird. Upper body. Yep, that's good. And then the break armor crit will have the effect we want. We can speed that up a little. Hello, Arcsynth. Thank you. And then that changes it to .6. I am, hopefully 15 minutes away from finishing the warrior for this month. Mage one, I know, right? I don't know which one I want to do next. I think the warrior is definitely was a little bit harder because there was a bunch of it's hard to find shield. It was harder to find animations that work with the shield. So I had to get a little bit creative on that front. Alright, so now we have this break armor, which is this solo version, or single target. And now we'll do the crit version as well, which is the area effect break armor. I pushed the wrong button. I think I pushed the wrong button. Oh, I didn't use the right ability, that's why. I hit snare instead. Yeah, like the casters have so many options. Because even a melee swing, you can adjust to make it feel like a caster cast. But this is the crit armor break. So the crit cast is an area effect like that. And now we have, this is the weaken, the power weaken. And this is the next one I have to work on. Because I don't want that there. But I have the weaken. This is the weaken. It's kind of like a taunt, but little battle cry type thing. And so now I need the single target version of the weaken. What? I don't remember what it is. Maybe that's why I didn't cast anything. So crit. Crippling shout. Oh, that's 3. I'm trying to do cast 2. Weakening shout. Weakening force, that's what it is. Okay, weakening force. Single target. What are Steel's emotes again? Got into that already. Alright, I'm gonna go a little bit. I'm gonna cheap it out. Let's duplicate this. Or just use it here. Oh, no, I can't. God damn it. Weakening shout. Okay. It's around a 1 second. Cast. And I'll do like a 1.5. Input lock to 0. Don't need that. What's next here? Alright, I'm gonna just keep the bash on. That's fine. Just because we have it and I've kind of removed it from everything else. Which is around .78. Okay. So single target of arm break. Then we have, what was it? Weakening force, which is a single target. And then the last one is the snare, which I think we have here. Little flare on the sword. Now a crit 3. This one. And a crit 2. Little shout, little battle cry. Then the last one is, I think, crit 3. Which I don't have something. And then let's turn off the debug. So I need one more animation for weakening shout. No. Crippling shout. Oh, what was the... It was cast steel? How does it work? Gotta get creative. Pulling an animation out of nowhere. Use that. Now, I wonder if that would work. If I took this and reversed it. Browse to asset. Duplicate. This will be a crippling shout. And so to do this, we do -.6. And this one has to be -1. And -.4. And we have to put this over here. And then this here. And then we do an voice line. And we'll pick up the little dispersion lines from weakening shout as well. Where do I... What the... Oh, is it the... Is it this? I guess I'll only do one. Crippling shout. Alright, I'll just do one for now. Weakening shout. we'll do, just copy this, do that. And we'll maybe do a different color. Duplicate. Crippling shout. Color will go more like red. Crippling shout. Alright, now 3. Oop. Wrong location going on here. Target lock. AoE. Targeting is direction. Location is action owner current. Yeah. And it should not require a target. Take that off. Go. Number 3. I did not set it. Go me. 1 second. Da-da. Input lock. 1 second after. And alright, here we go. Yeah. Let's look at the timing a little bit there. Let's slow down the after dot negative dot 2. This needs to be slowed down slightly. -.8. -.6. What's up, Jestra? All right. I think it's official. Warrior is done. Holy shit. Oh my god. All right. Here's your warrior review, everyone. And maybe I can I'm going to stop my stream for a bit after this, but let's get the review in. So, first things first, auto attack. I got 3, same auto attack, same thing, same damage, but you get 3 little variants as you auto attack. So variety is good. Feels less repetitive. Let's use this for a second. So start from left to right. Your number 1 ability just has 1 ability. It doesn't rotate yet, but it's just a pull. So here's your pull. Okay, there's your pull as a warrior. Like your bread and butter. It's sort of like a taunt in a way because it does give you threat too. But then we have your first shield block, which is your shift. R1 is a block buff, so increases your chance to block by like 30% or something like that. I forget what it is. Wherever it is. Block chance 40%. Yeah, so like 40% block or something. Then you have your shift 2, which is now updating your magic resist. Okay. Now we have shift 3, and this one is for all damage. It's like a full damage reduction. It's kind of like a, revving yourself up. That one I will real quick update. I still have my vertical third default UI on that one. So let's change that. That is shield defense, I believe. And then let's see if did I set an icon to it? It's still that. Okay. All right, I'm just gonna put that up in the back for a second. That's one thing. So let me get my notes up. All this I can just delete. Whatever. Okay, so warrior final notes. Shield defense. Change icon. And now we go into the crits. So let's look at the crit abilities. So crit 1. Again, most of these are just like a slower version of the first one, and maybe a slight sound and VFX change. So it's just the same thing, block chance as R1, but it's more stronger. So it's a little bit slower cast and a different glow. It's a yellow glow instead of like a blue glow. And now we got our crit again. And now this is the magic one. Again, just double the stats effectively, but it's slower and a different color. now finally the R3. Again, this is the raw damage mitigation, but it's doubled. So different sound effect, slower animation, different effect, different color effect. And we'll have better colored effects and stuff in the future. So that's your 1 and shift. Next up is your Q. Ready for battle, yeah. So Q1 is just like a little swipe. It's like your bread and butter threat generating attack. It's very efficient on stamina and does a decent amount of damage. And then on your R2 is your bleed attack, slow swipe. And so every tick adds threat as well. So as we all know, if you play a tank in MMOs, dots can be a very powerful way to keep up threat on things. And now I'll just go through the crit 1. So crit 1 is, again, just a slower attack right now. Slower attack gets a crit damage. So big damage. And then your R3 is the big damage. So this is double attack on no crit. And then we'll get our crit again. And so your crit 2 is a slower bleed. And now you can see the bleed is actually critting as well. So the whole dot now crits along with it. As well as it doubles the threat value that you gain. And then finally, the Q3 crit is the leap attack. So it's big damage. Now we go into 2. So your 2-1 is your enrage. And your crit 2-1 is just a bigger U. That's all. And then we also need to like set cooldowns. I think 2 needs to be like 2 equals 30 seconds. And then 4 needs to be like 5 minutes. Okay, so and then 2 is your frontal cone knockback. That's what I did earlier. So, boom. And so, like I said before, 2-1 is a bigger grow and doubles your power gain. I think the base power gain is 4. Your 2 grow gives you 8. And you grow bigger. And I did smooth it out. So before you would just snap your size up. And now I'm smoothing the size up and down as you go up, as you do it. So just a little bit of polish there. And let's go to the crit. On 2 is it's just a bigger knockback and slower. Boom. So it's slower and farther. And then the threat generator is the number 3. Go at you. Be gone. Loot. So 3 is your threat generator, so AoE taunt. And then your crit 1 is a much bigger AoE taunt. And then I like slightly change up the sound effect. And the VFX is obviously bigger. Alright. So that's the entire left side bar. And now we have E. So the first one's an interrupt. Pretty standard. Your second one is the single target knockback. And your third one is your stun, where you go smash, Hulk smash. Okay. Oh, Hulk smash may have not had something turned off. That was shield, heavy slam base. If I go down here, yeah, this was still on. Alright, so crit 1 interrupt, slower, and it silences, slightly different sound. Then the 2 was the knockback again. Slower, knocks back, different sound. Yeah, that's one reason why I may limit you to like 4 abilities and then give you like 4 consumable slots or something. We'll see how complex it gets. The whole point though is that like it's a slow pace, like it's never something that you have to think about these things on the fly, right? Like sometimes in games it's like if you don't have good muscle memory of what to push, like shit can go south really fast, or like you can't do what you need to do. But we're not trying to make a game that is like super intense in the moment. So you're supposed to have the time to be like, oh, in 5 seconds I need to do this. What do I need to press? I need to press this. Like, you know, so we're not trying to be that button mashy, you know, that type of thing. So that's something to keep in mind is it does fit the pacing of the game because it's trying to make you think about what you're doing in the future. Alright, so knockback. So now we're doing the crit. I'll do the stun once more. So here's the stun crit. Slower and, you know, hits, whatever. I guess heavy slam crit, I could just change the noise slightly here. I think it's on this. Right. I can make the noise like .6, I think. So in this one we have that. There you go. And I might need to turn off this one too. Nope, I did that one. Except, okay. Alright, and that is your E. Now we are on to 3, break armor. As we saw earlier, R1, R3-1. Smash, break the armor. And then R2 is a power reduction. So it's a raw flat power reduction. I think it's like 4 or something. So every hit they do, it's 4 less damage. And then finally 3 is a snare. The single target snare. It's short duration. Then we get into the critical hits. So this is where they become AoE. So break armor. The fun thing about that one is it's a growing volume over time. So you can see it's not just a flat area of radius hit trace. It's a you know, collision sphere that grows over time. And it kind of creates that cool effect of it hitting them one at a time. Now, one thing weird is I think the wireframe is still showing, I think. Or is that was I wrong? Reduce enemy power. Yeah. No. Okay, I was just thinking of the VFX. Okay. And now we have the crit on weakening. But yeah, I'm actually thinking about, like, do you have, like, again, you have 8 buttons. There's potentially 6 different abilities per button, bringing you to 48 different abilities on 8 button bar. And so it's like, is that too complex? Do I need to simplify it? In some ways, creating abilities, like each ability is, so like one spell is always going to be a base of action and a crit action, right? And then some of them are pretty easy. It's like trying to make it a little bit logical of like, oh, a non-crit ability, a base ability is single target, a crit ability is AoE. Like that's something, right? But at the same time, I don't want to be too like have that too much because there's obvious factors of it. I don't want to be like a super AoE heavy game. But I mean, AoE still is effective for like if we pull a bunch of stuff, I can like do an AoE shout to reduce their power, and then the enchanter can go and crowd control stuff. Or the crowd control needs AoE stuff to do AoE stuns and AoE CC and these things. But crit 3, 2 is, there's the weaken. It's a little weakening shout. And then finally the area effect snare, which is what I just did. The last ability I did. And now we're on to stagger actions. And like this one is stagger, but it's like, it's literally just, even though I did animations differently, there's just different forms of stagger, efficient or non-efficient. So R1's a kick, and then it's like a slower kick on crit. R2 is a like a big body slam. And R3 is another smash, I think. Smash. And then the crit versions are just slower versions of everything. There we go. That's the warrior. Finally did it. Oh my god. Oh wait, there's something I didn't cast. Where's the... Oh, I didn't show 4. That's what I did. So, 4-1 is your endurance regain. And on 4-1 crit, so you can see the effects last the whole time. And on 4-1 crit, they turn yellow instead. And so it's kind of noticeable. And it's like obviously double the amount. And then you have, and 4 is basically your oh shit buttons. And so this is the one that's going to be like a 5 or 10 minute cooldown. And so 4-2 is a fortify. You're taking like 80% less damage here, but it's channeled, so if you move, the whole thing will stop. Type thing. And then on the crit version of that, you get a different effect, different animation. So different tank pose, different crystal. Looks a little more epic. And then your R3 on endurance is the ally buff thing. And so now I take a bit of their damage to me. It's transferred to me. So you have a way of somewhat trying to save an ally. And then the crit version of that is a group-wide version. And so that one is like a 30 or 40 second duration on the one target. And I think it does a higher value, like 80%. And then this one is an area effect. Lasts 15 seconds, and it does like a lower amount, like 40% is transferred to you. So you don't get like bombarded with damage. Yeah. Warrior. Mic drop. Alright, let's go ahead and set some. First things first is cooldowns are take 2 seconds here. So, the on kits thing, let me make sure I go to the kit 1. Or I need to set them on everything, so it doesn't matter. Oh, I know I'm trying to do. So, let's go kit 1 here. So, Surge of Endurance. Take that cooldown. And do 60 times 5. Start there. Then we have Fortify. Oh, we need to do the crit version too. Is 30 times. Oop, 60 times 5. Okay. And then it is Fortify. I can do this real quick. Close all. Little Unreal tip: if you have your data, you close out of all data tables. Collapse them all, or like change the view of what's uncollapsed and collapsed. Save, close it. And then the next one that you open is going to show that thing. So work on cooldowns. So I can just go there and do that. And so the last one was, what, Fortify. And then it was the Protect Ally. So if I open those up, now they're right there. I can just do 300 and 300. Save. Next one is Enrage. These ones are gonna do like, I don't know, I'll do a 60-second cooldown on these. Cleric, I think, was actually one of the ones I was planning on doing next. Purely because it also has a lot of things kind of done. And I think it would be a quicker win. And there's a lot of animations I was looking at that I think I have for it. Animations and sound effects, I think I have. So after Enrage, it was... AoE knockback, I think. Frontal cone knockback, and then threat generator. So dispersing shout. 60 seconds. And it was something threatening shout. And then your defense ones, so shield block, shield defense, and magic defense. Wait, not protect ally. Magic defense, shield block. These ones we're gonna put like I think a 30-second cooldown. Yeah, that's all the cooldowns I really care about right now. Everything else I can just play by ear. And then the last thing was the shield defense, which I was just at. We need a proper icon for this. So let's go with this guy, I guess. Good enough. Take this off. And then we have to take this. Yeah, I think that's good. Have to do the crit version to the same thing. We'll tint this like slightly off color. Because it's the crit version. Alright, just gotta make sure that works. Cooldown should all be high here. But yeah, that's going to be a big focus of this. Like, if I'm praying I get every single class I pass on each one, and this playtest will be an active test of, is it too much? You know, is there too much to think about? That's cool. Better looking there. And I did notice, so shield block and magic defense. They got to change their icon stuff a little bit. Yeah. For one, all of these have to be white. I don't like how it looks with the color changes now. And then back to this guy. We'll give a different border to each one. So this guy is going to be, shield block is going to be that. And then magic defense is going to be this. Alright, so let me just check these real quick. Yeah, one is this. Okay. So it looks a little better there. And then now we go back to one. Yeah, that also looks better. What other buffs were there? I gotta make sure the other ones don't. That one was fine. Okay. Alright, I'm back. Why do I not have... Okay, enrage is supposed to be here. Okay. Um, so I'm just checking my little buff icons at the moment. And making sure they're not default values. So I did that one. These are all debuffs. No buffs there. I think I did that one already. Yeah, I think I'm good. Alright. Good. Done. Goodbye, warrior. Be gone. Done. Yep. Yeah, maybe I'll do cleric next. Honestly, I think I'm doing cleric next just purely because I think it's the fastest one. Because I already have a good design direction with cleric. Whereas rogue, mage, and archer all are kind of like still very cookie cutter. And they can kind of go anywhere. Whereas cleric is a bit more... and like I said, I think there's lots of animations and effects for it. Holy moly, finally. And plus, like, healers are a little bit more straightforward too. It's like AoE heal with a hot, you know, these type of things. I can, the cool thing is now that I did the enchanter stuff with like enchant armor, I'll also be able to use that code for the cleric, and the cleric can give you like a passive buff that like if you get to 30% health, you know, it procs. It's a one-use proc that heals you type thing. It's like that one's a quick, easy win. Things like that. And they already have a resurrect too, so that's like one ability I don't have to do anything with. They have at least a buff. They have armor buff and stuff, so that's also another ability I don't have to do anything with. Their smite is done. Because I'm not changing smite at all, I don't think. I'm just going to make it so you actually get your critical hit every time you cast the ability. So if you do a crit 3, you get 3 crits on your lightning bolts, which is a massive improvement. So that's 3 abilities done. Your healing spell is already done. So it's going to be R1 hot, R2 spot heal, R3 big heal. Um, and what else? Area effect healing is pretty much done. There might be some like targeting changes and stuff I do. They're a little different there. Yeah, so I think cleric is the obvious next choice. And then like they have one damage ability right now, so probably get one more damage ability out there for something offensive. They have a root too. There's another ability down I don't have to do much with because root was really important. And I can add like maybe your crit root actually deals a dot or something. Maybe not. That could conflict with enchanter doing their job. It's like sometimes the cleric roots and then the enchanter picks up with a better CC. But I'll say I'm gonna theory craft this next stream in a little bit. I'm gonna go get some caffeine. I'm gonna eat, and I'm gonna turn my stream off. I will probably play a game or two of League, because that can kind of wake me up. Competitive gaming wakes you up, right? Gets the adrenaline flowing. And so, but I did it. I fucking did it. The warrior. Oh my god, he's good. And yeah, it's gonna feel interesting to see how it all feels when you're actually playing it in a real setting. This is where things can go wrong, where you kind of develop stuff in kind of a bubble in your testing environment, as people have pointed out, and then you go and actually play with it, and it's like, this isn't working. But overall, I think I still think it's the rotation rune system works. It's just a matter of there might be there might be like your bottom bar is rotation ruin abilities, your top bar is utility abilities, and they're just, one ability button things. And so like the warrior top bar could be a pull and other stuff, you know, whereas the bottom bar are the ones that have ability, rotation ruin things. And that's would reduce obviously from 48 potentials to 24 potentials. Um, and then because I do want to have a potion bar too, which would have four buttons somewhere for potions and consumables. There's a chance I stick with 2 buttons, but I still think we want to be a bit of a survivalist type game, so having some quick potion bar stuff would be nice. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. I might be back tonight. It might be tomorrow. Might be at 3 in the morning. I don't know. Stick around, and we'll start on the cleric. We'll start theory crafting the cleric tomorrow. Take care, everyone.